Testing. Good afternoon and welcome to the Seiling Local Livestock Show. We're about ready to get things kicked off here this afternoon. We'll start with our goats. Looks like we only have a handful of goats here in the goat show. So class 1 will be Bo and Tyler. So Bo and Tyler are going to start working their way this way. We'll get them ready to roll. I want to welcome everybody to the Seiling Local Livestock Show. I had a busy last couple of days here in Florida with some locals. Our judge today is Mr. Colton Dunaway. Colton comes to us from Connors State College by the way of Arizona on the livestock vision team there at Connors in Warner, Oklahoma. We're glad to have him. I know he's had a long couple of days, enjoyed Northwest Oklahoma. He was here yesterday to judge our local show there in Florida and Judge Vicey's. He's done a great job for us and great with the kids. Let's give Colton a big round of applause as he gets ready to start our show today.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for having me out here judging your local show for you guys. I think a very, very quality pair of does out here to get us started today. And I'm going to go ahead and land on the young man here on my left to win the class. That doe is just so impressive, just from a look and balance perspective. She gets out and goes across this ring with so much flex and comfort. And just get off to the side of her. She's so feminine and refined about her head and neck. She's so level in her lines and out of her hip, yet still meets the ground with a big foot. So congratulations to him on a high quality video. Young man here in second is one that you can really appreciate for just not being messed up anywhere. She's sound at the ground. It's hard to pick a hole in just the way that she's built. I think what lands her in second today is just when you step off the side of her study, she's just a little bit coarser in the way that she's made, maybe not just quite as feminine and refined about her head and neck, but still a very, very nice breeding piece for the young man.
Okay, first place went to Bo, second place to Tyler. We're ready for class 2, and Rosalind with her class 2 Bo.
Well, a very nice single entry that this young lady brings out to us, and one that just really hits you as brood doe. She's busted open at the ground through her chest and just carries that width square all the way up to the top of her skeleton. One that comes with a lot of power. At times, maybe it comes at a little bit of a cost. She wants to get a little bit straighter in her hock, and maybe just sacrifices a little bit of mobility out here, but still a very, very nice one from the young lady.
Okay, first in that class went to Rosalind, and class 3 will be Bo and Rosalind. And I was informed that we do have one single entry in the market goat division. I don't know who that will be. Rosalind Sanders. So that will be our lone market goat exhibitors. So Bo and Rosalind will come in for class 3. Get class 3 in here. them started.
Another very, very high quality double entry class out here. I'm going to go ahead and land on the young man again with this class. That's just a doe that's so impressive, yet still being so refined about her head and neck and so comfortable out here on the move. But she's still just maxed out in terms of every angle you want to look at her. I think with that, maybe she wants to get just a little bit on the edge in terms of being a little bit too forward in her knee. But yeah, I think that's still small enough that overall quality is just enough to prevail in this class, and congratulations to him. Young lady coming out here in second is one that you just like for checking boxes. She's one out here that you can appreciate from just a skeletal width and mass perspective. And again, she's not really messed up anywhere in terms of the way she's built from the ground up. I do think she's a little bit coarser in the way her head lays into her neck, and maybe just wants to break right there behind her shoulder. But still very, very nice one from the young lady. Congratulations.
Alright, first in that class went to Bo Seal, second went to Roslyn. Now we're getting ready to show for Grand Champion Doe. Only class 1 of those, class 2 of Roslyn's, and class 3 winner was Bo again. Again, this is our Grand Champion ride here for the Doe Goats. Let's give all these viewers as they come in a big round of applause. Good job for them.
Well, if you could put your hands together for this quality Grand Drive of Joe's here. You know, we may be short on numbers here in this dough show, but definitely not short on quality. I think when we get out here to your Grand Drive, it definitely comes down between two of them in my mind. One of them that's maybe just maxed out in terms of where she is today, a little bit farther along, and just busted open wide. And it almost raises the power unit, plenty of quality, or the power of dough, excuse me, to go along with that. And then another one up here in front that I just is so good from the side in terms of presence, and the way she gets out and moves across the ring is flawless in my opinion. Pick them how you like them. I'm going to go ahead and use the dough out of our lightweight division to be your champion. We dropped that second place in, one that I think definitely falls into contention. But yeah, I still just think there's another one so good in terms of the power that she brings to the table and still hold it all together with a good quality lift from the side. Here, man, it's going to be really good.
Okay, we're ready for our weather goats. To be presented by Rosalind there. If we get it ready to bring in. Our grand champion was Bo out of Class 1, and our reserve grand champion was Bo out of Class 3. Again, let's congratulate Bo on a good day in the goat show there as we bring our market weather in. After the conclusion of this class, we'll have junior showmanship, and then after the conclusion of junior showmanship, I'm told there will be a Pee-wee showmanship for any Pee-wee that wants to show a goat or a goat. I don't think it has to be a goat or a goat. I assume it's fish, is that correct? It doesn't matter. So Pee-wees can get ready for showmanship after the junior showmanship.
Well, the young lady brings us a nice single entry weather out here. And one that you can really appreciate from just being not messed up anywhere. He's sound built from the ground. It's really hard to pick a hold of in terms of the way he's constructed. He's so loose about the way he's constructed. He gets out here and moves across the ring with ease. Maybe from the side, not just one that you don't gravitate to just from a look perspective. Maybe gets a little bit plainer in that regard, but still very, very nice hole to begin with.
Alright, champion Martha Goat, Roslyn again. Congratulations to her. We're getting ready for our junior showmanship here in the goat show. I believe we got 2 juniors here in the goat show for showmanship. And Pee-wees, be getting it on your mind. Get ready for the Pee-wee goat showmanship. Testing. You hear it in all the barns? You hear it in all the barns. Mr. Fisher, can you hear me? Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher.
Testing. Mr. Fisher, please report.
Mr. Fisher, can you hear me?
How about this one? What do you think?
I apologize for that. I forgot there was 2 of you junior showmen in here. Here we go, showman. You're getting it on your mind. If you're wanting to show a goat in a Pee-wee Goat Show, go ahead and head towards the holding pen. Pee-wee Goat Showman, go ahead and head toward the holding pen. That way you line up with the goat. And for you standing around inside, so let people know in the back. I know they keep here for having some problems with the hog show. Will follow the goat show here. So swine, be getting it on your mind. I believe we'll start with gilts first. So gilt showman, be getting it on your mind.
Let's give these junior showmen a nice round of applause and showmanship right here. To me, showmanship really comes down to one basic principle, and that's who can get out here and make their animal look the best for what they've got. And I do think there is a young man out here that does a very, very good job of that. That's going to be this young man out here in front. He's going to be a champion. I can really appreciate his style in terms of just being efficient and setting up, and always having the feet right where you wanted them at all times. I think it gets down a little bit closer to reserve, maybe at times. Sometimes our does weren't wanting to set up quite right, maybe not wanting to keep their feet set up quite right. But in my opinion, and again, showmanship's more of a subjective sport. But to me, the young lady's going to be your reserve.
Champion showman went to Tyler, and the reserve champion went to Roslyn. Very congratulations to them. Kiwi goat showman. If we have any Kiwi goat showman, go ahead and get there, and they'll get you lined up and ready to go.
Well, let's give this young man a nice round of applause out here. And for his big sister out here helping us. You know, it's so important that we get these kids started out early. I do believe this is one of the best things that you can do for kids in livestock, just teach them responsibility. So I really commend these parents and these young kids out here for coming out here and doing this. So congratulations to them.
All right, let's congratulate our Kiwi showmen as they exit the ring. Good job to our good exhibitors. All right, we're getting ready for our gilt show again. We're going to start with our Berkshire gilt as soon as they get her worked up this way with, thank you. The Ashton Gamble with her Berkshire, and then Chester. Go ahead and bring your Chester on up to the ring too. That would be happy. That would be. Go ahead and get started. I'll show you the rest of this. Mr. Fisher, tell us. Get on after it.
Well, a very nice single entry Berkshire out here. And one that you can really appreciate for how loose she is going around this ring. She's very comfortable out here, and one that you can definitely depend on holding together in the long run. Maybe you need this from the side, you want to fix her and smooth her out in the way that she ties her head in the top side of her leg there. Maybe she's more without a little bit of crest there, but that's getting a big deal. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations, Ashton, for champion Berkshire gilt. Now we're ready for our Chester gilt, which would be Colton Farr with his Chester gilt. Then Bria Bloomer with your Duroc gilt. I'll be making your way this way, and Chrissy Elliott and Carter Taylor with your dark crosses. Don't have a sponsor list in front of me for your local show today, but we would like to thank, on behalf of everybody in the county and Lee County and the surrounding school districts, everybody that supported these kids in local shows and local trophy auctions. What we do as teachers, we couldn't do it without you guys. Support. I know you're bombarded with donations all the time, and we greatly appreciate it. So thank you to our sponsors that have sponsored not only the Seiling local show, but Logo by Seiling all as well. I know you guys don't get enough credit for all that, but thank you guys once again. Let's give all our sponsors, and I don't have a list of sponsors for you guys' local show, but thank you for donating to the local show here today.
Well, a nice single entry Chester out here for the young lady. And one that you can appreciate in terms of just checking the boxes, in terms of one that can be a maternal Saudi on the line. She is so good about her underline and just the way that she gets out and goes. Maybe she's wanting to get a little bit straighter off either end, straighter or quicker off either end when she goes in. But that's still a nice entry there for the young lady.
All right, champion Chester went to Colton Farr. Congratulate her again. Our next entry will be the Duroc class. Bria Bloomer with her Duroc entry will be in the show. On deck will be our dark crosses. Chrissy Elliott and Carter Taylor will be our next class. Rear rocks, or crossbred gilts, there'll actually be 2 classes. Chrissy Elliott will be in the first class, and Carter Taylor will be in the second class. So we do have 2 classes of crossbred gilts, both single entries.
Well, a nice single entry Duroc out here. The one that really just hits you is one that can be a productive brood sow down the road. One that's just so amped up in terms of just the mass she has at high and pliable, and being so pliable in the center body, got her center body. Maybe she wants to get just a touch rounder, more conventional either in her skeleton, but that's still one that can be a very productive sow and great down the road. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Bria and champion Duroc. Mr. Finch will be bringing both of them at the same time. All right. Dark crosses, we have 2 classes. Both of them are single entries. They're going to bring them in both together. Class 1 will be Chris Elliott, and Class 2 will be Carter Taylor, showing our dark cross gilts. So once again, that's 2 classes, and both of them are single entries.
Well, 2 nice single entries, and I'll go ahead and talk here in particular order. I'll start with the young ladies' lighter weight single entry here, and one that you just really like from just pieces that you want to tie into. That's a big bone, good center. She's got rolled up shape on the top side of her skeleton, and you step behind her, and she still carries it nice and square all the way to the ground. She's still moving around plenty good, considering how much just bone and density she's carrying around. That's one that she just really liked from a pieces perspective. And the young man maybe just brings one out here that's a little bit more complete in terms of their overall look. One that maybe just isn't as overwhelming in any one area either. But definitely a very nice one for the young man. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's lightweight to be your champion in this division, just from the fact of bone and presence of pieces that I really like to find it that one. So congratulations to her.
Okay, first the big champion went to Chrissy Elliott in the Class 1 Dark Cross, and reserve champion went to Carter Taylor with his Class 2 Dark Cross gilt. We'll now be showing for Grand Champion gilt overall. Here, we'll bring in our Berkshire Guild, which is exhibited by Ashley Gamble, our reserve champion, our champion Cheshire Guild, which is exhibited by Colton Farr, our champion Rock Guild, Rhea Boomer, and our Dark Cross will be exhibited by Chrissy Elliott. So again, congratulations to these exhibitors, and we love the Grand Champion Drive.
Well, let's put our hands together for these guilt showmen out here on the impressive set. I think for me, there's just one out here that just excels in terms of pieces that I would just like to braid on, take home, and pieces that I would like to inject into my dress. Let's see the young ladies Dark Cross here as a new champion.
Okay. Grand champion goes to Chrissy Elliott. Congratulations to her. We'll have the reserve champions already in the ring. Dark Cross Guild, Carter Taylor for reserve grand champion. At the conclusion of our guild show, we'll move right into our brass show. So, prayer exhibitors, be getting it on your mind. We'll have Berkshire's first for our brass show, be Lucy Bedwell and Jackson Whitaker with their Berkshire Bears. If you guys are going to be making your way to the holding pen, please. Jackson Whitaker and Lucy Bedwell will be our two classes of Berkshire.
Well, we dropped that second place out here, and he definitely falls into the mix. I'm going to go ahead and keep that Dark Cross pair together and use him for reserve.
Congratulations to our guild exhibitors. Reserve Grand Champion Guild went to Carter Taylor. Congratulations again to our guild exhibitors. We'll be right on into our bear show. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. get ready for our market bear show. Two classes of Berkshire Bears. First class will be Lucy Bedwell, second class will be Jackson Whitaker, and Mr. Fisher, Mr. Fisher, they're working together. So as we welcome in our Berkshire exhibitors here, Cheshires, be getting it on your mind and work your way to the holding pen, please.
Well, a couple of nice Berkshire Bears out here. And two that I think off their soul. There's one that maybe I just am drawn to from a presence and likability perspective, and then one that I'm more drawn to from a market fundamentals as far as just rolled up muscle shape and center cavity and just bone and density all throughout. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man here to win this class. And to me, that bear is he's just a heavier muscle bear. He's just more ready today. He's bigger about his forearm and his foot. Maybe not just the most attractive one from the side out here, but one that you can certainly appreciate from the market fundamentals. So congratulations to him. Now, I really wanted to start this young lady's bear because just from the side, he's so intriguing in the way that he ties his neck to the top side of his blade, and just the way he blends in from the side. He's so smooth. You know, on top of him, he's just not quite as far along as his contemporary class, not as rolled up in terms of muscle shape. And maybe this one funneled a little bit towards the ground from stepping behind him. But that's still a very quality bear for the young lady.
All right. Our champion Berkshire went to Jackson Whitaker, our juror champion went to Lucy Bedwell. Congratulations to both of them. We're now ready for our class of Cheshire Bears. We have one class of Cheshire Bears with Colton Farr and Mr. Kyle Fisher in our Cheshire Drive. So whenever they're ready, they can start entering it. On deck will be the Duroc Bears, which we have Lucy Bedwell and Tracy Choke.
Well, a nice pair of chesters out here. And I'm going to go ahead and use the young man to my right to win the class. And to me, that bear is just one that's so good from again, a market fundamental perspective, but he also gives you a look that really draws you in from the side. Get on top of him, he's definitely followed along in terms of his muscle pattern and shape. And just maybe the one that's opened up more on either end of the skeleton. Young man brings us a nice one here in second. The one that you can really appreciate just for what he brings to the table as far as breed characteristics. Definitely one that you can appreciate. He's just looking like a chester. You know, maybe he's just not quite as far along in terms of where he's at maturity-wise, but one that can be a very, very good player.
Congratulations to our champion chester exhibitor, Kyle Fisher, our reserve champion, Wilson Cole Farr. Next in, we'll have our Duroc division. Class 1 will be Lucy Bedwell. Class 2 will be Tracy Show. On deck after the Durocs will be Hampshire division with Danny Schneider and Kenny Fisher will be our next division. So Cameron and Eddie be getting on the line. Okay, next in will be our Durocs again. Will be Lucy Bedwell and Tracy Show. They're showing for your Duroc division.
For 51 years.
Well, a nice pair of Duroc Pharaohs out here. And I'm going to use the young lady over here in the green to win the class. And man, is that thing wild from the side. I mean, I think that's just one of those creatures that you can sit back, take a breath, and appreciate the quality wrapped up in that bear. He's just so good the way he blends from the top side of his crest down through a level head. It's just the ground, the circumference of bone is just gnarly. That's the only word to describe it. Maybe a company going on a cracking open just to make it that much better. But there's no denying how much quality is wrapped up in that one. So congratulations to her. Young lady in second place comes out here with more of the traditional style of Duroc, and one that you can really appreciate from just checking boxes in terms of being able to get out here and go. Today just really ran into a hammer of a class winner. I'd like to see him a little bit bigger in terms of bone work compared to his body, or maybe just level him off with a skeleton, making him much better. So congratulations to her.
Your champion Duroc bear goes to Lucy Bedwell, and your reserve champion goes to Tracy Show. Let's give those kids a round of applause as they exit the round. Next up will be our Hampshire's division. We have Annie Snyder and Kingdom Fisher on Senior Sunday. I see you have banners up here. Senior Sundays for Amy Snyder and the rest of your senior nights as they come in. So congratulations to them on a successful career in the FFA. Amy Snyder and Kingdom Fisher.
Two very nice Hampshire barrows out in this class. And two that are very different in types and kinds, but I think bring tons of quality wrapped up in their own package. You can pick them how you like them. I'm decided to young man's barrow, go ahead and win the class. That's just one that I like so much in terms of being extended behind his skeleton. He's still plenty good about his bone work. Just the way he gets out and goes across this ring. You know, he's probably just a little farther along in terms of his maturity. I do think that's a very nice barrow star. I was very gracious to him. Young lady out here, you know, let's not take away from the young lady out here in a second, because that barrow has got some very, very cool pieces. I think today maybe he just gets a little bit tighter the way his muscles wound up on his skeleton. Maybe just not quite as cracked open on either end, and maybe just a touch shorter out of his hip. That's still a nice one for the young lady.
All right, congratulations to our Hampshire exhibitors here. Champion went to Kingdom Fisher, reserve goes to Annie Snyder. Next up, we'll have the Poland's division. We have Lauren Cole and Annie Snyder in this division, both of them in the same class there. Lauren Cole and Annie Snyder here. Next up, we'll have the spots. Riley mentioned your spot exhibitor. Only a single entry, so go ahead and be working your way with the York. Annie Schneider will have the York here in the York division. Also, Crossroads, we go ahead and get it on your mind. Dark crosses, I'm sorry. Dark crosses. We'll show darks and lights.
Well, two nice cold berries out here, and two that I think offer trade-offs. So it's very close between them. For me personally, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady with green to win the class. To me, that's just a bear that's just a little bit farther along today. He's got just a shot more ready in terms of just his muscle shape, maybe a shot lighter off either end of the skeleton. Today, maybe he just wanted to get a little bit more mature in terms of his crest, and maybe I just want to level him out of that hip and help him use that young lady a little bit better. That's still a nice one for the young lady. Congratulations to her. The one out here in second is one that, man, I just love from the side in terms of just giving me a look that you really want to tie into. I so love him in terms of the way he ties his neck to the top side of his blade and out through his hip. Maybe for me today, it's just not quite as ready from a muscle standpoint, and maybe we just want to get a nickel more fragile there at the ground. That's still a nice one for the young lady.
Congratulations to our Poland exhibitors. Champion went to Lauren Cole and reserve champion went to Annie Snyder. We'll now have a single entry spot shown by Riley Lynch.
You know, just a single entry spot out here. But I don't think he's any short on quality either, because young lady got him out here. She gets his head up and rolling out here, and he really does give you a look that you want to tie into from the side. You know, he's just one that you can appreciate for being hard to pick a hole in just the way he's built. I don't think he's just out there maybe in any one area, but that is a very nice spot. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Riley Benchner, champion spot bearer. Next up, we'll have a single entry Yorkshire to be exhibited by Annie Snyder in our Yorkshire division. dark crosses, if you get it on your mind, we'll start with the dark crosses here shortly.
Well, very nice little Chimera out here for the young lady. And one that I really do just appreciate the side and the look that he gives you. You know, from any angle, I just love where he's at from a growth perspective and where he's at as far as maturity pattern. I love this one's hind leg. He's got a stout, attractive hind leg where you can so much flex and comfort as he gets out here around the ring. I think that's a very, very nice one for the young lady to keep feeding on. Look forward to having him back out there.
Champion goes to Amy Snyder. We'll have our Class 1 crossbred bears, dark crossbred bears, will be Lauren Cole will be our Class 1 exhibitor here in the dark crosses. For the single entry Class 2, we'll have 3 entries with Xavier and McDonald, Hunter Bad, and Jason Show. Class 2 will have 3 entries.
Well, nice single entry dark cross out here, and one that you really just appreciate for forearm, one that brings plenty of power out here, one that you just appreciate in terms of just the roll to the center portion of his body in this cage. Definitely very burly in that aspect. I think you step behind him, maybe he just wanted to get right on the edge of where you want his hawk to be in this, especially in this stage of the game. So that's a very nice one for a young lady to keep.
First place in Class 1 with Lauren Cole. Now we're ready for Class 2 with Xavier McDonald, Hunter Bad, and Tracy Show.
very intriguing class of dark crossbow bearers out here. I'm going to go ahead and use this wide belted bearer out here in front of me. Go ahead and win the class. He's just one that you like so much. When you build him from the ground up, you want to build him right from the ground up. And he's so good in that aspect. Not only is he just so strong in all four passions, but he's good in terms of the circumference of foot, circumference of bow. And then just going up from there, he's one that you just like from a present standpoint. He's got plenty to him along with that. The second place, I'm going to go ahead and use a young man in the green here. And that's one that you just like for where he's at in terms of his maturity pattern. One that you just appreciate for having so much shape over the top side of the skeleton. And then still plenty of curvature to his rib. I think when you step off the study, maybe he's wanting to just get a touch more restricted out of his rear teeth and a little bit more scratched down in terms of his front feet, but that's still a very nice one for the young man. And then in third place, we're going to go ahead and use this young man in the blue. And that's one that's just like from an honest composition. He's so honest in terms of the way he's built. And one that you really like from a cutability standpoint. I think it's one that you can definitely beat on in the future, not have to worry about him falling apart, because he's built right, he's built sound. So that's a good one that the young man can keep beating on.
Congratulations to our class winner, Tracy Show. Second went to Xavier Donald, and third, Hunter Dad. We're now ready for class 3 dark crosses, 2 head in the class, and it is Tracy Show and Lucy Bedwell and Riley Bench. Sorry about that. Lucy Bedwell and Riley Bench.
Top side of his blade, so level and relaxed in his angles, but yet still gets out here and motors around the ring with such comfort, and that's just one that you can really appreciate all the quality right there for that one. The young lady brings another one out here that just gets out and it's hard to pick a hole in terms of just the way that this one's built. one that's just sound, that you can really push on feet going forward. Maybe just not quite as big in terms of circumference bone, maybe not just as radical in terms of look, but still a nice one.
Congratulations to our Class 3 visitors, first with Riley Finch and second with Lucy Dover. We'll now be showing Class 4 dark cross bears. We'll have Jackson Reeker and Bella Taylor coming here for Class 4 dark cross gilts. Then we need our class winners to head back to the holding pen. First and second is to be head back to the holding pen so we can get ready to show for dark cross champion. Then we'll need our first places for the dark crosses back here. We'll need Lauren Cole, Tracy Show, and Riley Finch will be back out here for his race champion. So make your way home for champion. Sorry.
Well, another nice pair of barrels out here. I'm going to go ahead and land on the young lady in green to win this class. And in a class that I think maybe neither one of them want to just get out here and show themselves off the way that they need to. But I think that you can still appreciate the fundamentals of the young lady who wants a fair to start. And you know, just get on top of that when he's still plenty of creased up shape on top, plenty of burly about his center cage. And maybe I'd like to talk about the terms of putting down to his jaw. Maybe he wants to get a touch long as shows, but that's because of the nice one. Good job with her. The young man out here second is definitely not second because of a lack of muscle perspective. He's got plenty of that, especially in terms of where that hawk is at. For me, he just wanted to get a little bit more conventional in his look from the side. Maybe just want to scout down a little bit at the ground too. But congratulations to him.
Congratulations to our Class 4 winner, Bella Taylor, and second place goes to Jackson Reeker. We're now ready to show for your champion dark cross division. First place in Class 1, we need Lauren Cole. Second place in first place in Class 2, we need Tracy Show. First place in Class 3, Riley Finch. And then fourth class, first place winners, Bella Taylor. This will be for your champion crossbred, dark crossbred.
No, it's a war. We're having a war. We're having a war. Your claim this territory. Like predators. I'm talking about a cat. That's not good for me. That's not good for me.
Let's put our hands together for this night dark cross. And I think there's a pair of them out here that are just so good in terms of what they bring to the table. Not only do they check all the boxes of everything that we're looking for in terms of just a practical market hog, but they also bring the extras to the table. But the one that I think just takes those extras to the next level, and just having just a smooth look from the side, so much bone at the ground, and yet still being just so good in terms of increasing just the deep root down the back, and being so good from about every angle you can look at it. It's going to be amazing.
Champion goes to Riley Bench, and we need Lucy Bedwell second place out of class 3.
Well, we dropped that second place out here. He definitely falls right into the mix, and especially just from a look to the side, you can really appreciate that one. However, I do think there's another one that just brings a little bit more extra to the table. Maybe just a little bit more extra in terms of bone, in terms of center cavity. And when this bear does get his head up, he does give you an excellent look to the side. To me, this white belt's bear right now.
Faking out. Faking out.
All right, your reserve champion Dark Cross goes to Trace and Show. Congratulations to our exhibitors there in the Dark Cross Show. Now we'll have our light cross red division single entry, which would be Riley Bench. Champion exhibitors in the Bear Show be getting ready to come out here for show for grand overall. Also, we'll have showmanship, which will be juniors 8th grade and down. Seniors will be 9th grade and up. After we get that done, I believe there's a Pee-wee showmanship for the kids. So Pee-wees that are going to show kids will be getting out on the line.
Baby.
Well, a very nice single entry light cross here in our light cross
Shake your head
division,
at me.
and one that I think is definitely not short on quality.
Hey, Brad.
Because just from the side, that one hits you so hard. You know, and the way he gets out and uses that hind leg and gets out and motors across this ring is very, very hard to do for one to still move that well and still have plenty of muscle along with that. You know, maybe just moving a little bit. That's getting really nitpicky and from a really, really quality piece of livestock there. So congratulations.
Congratulations on the finish on your champion light cross red. We'll be now ready to start the Grand Champion Drive market hogs. We're going to have our champion Berkshire Barra exhibited by Jackson Whitaker, our champion Chester Bear exhibited by Kyle Fisher, our champion Deer Rock Bear Lucy Bedwell, our champion Hampshire Bear Cayman Fisher, our champion Poland Bear will be Lauren Cole, our champion Spot Riley Bench, our champion York Annie Snyder, our champion Dark Cross is Riley Bench, and our champion Light Cross is Riley Bench. We give those exhibitors a big round of applause. They get ready to come to the ring for the show for the overall Grand Champion Barrel. Get ready for all our exhibitors. We got them all up here. Again, as we go through here, our champion Berkshire Barra was exhibited by Jackson Whitaker, our champion Chester Barra, Kyle Fisher, our champion Deer Rock Barra, Lucy Bedwell, our champion Hampshire Barra, Henry Fisher, our champion Poland Barra, Lauren Cole, our champion Spot, Riley Bench, our champion York, Annie Snyder, and our champion Dark Cross, Riley Bench, and then again our champion Light Cross is also the Riley Bench. again, for some of you ringside, I want to introduce our judge again, Mr. Colton Dunaway. Mr. Colton Dunaway grew up there in Arizona showing pigs. He is now a member of the Converse State College freshman livestock judging team in Eastern Oklahoma. We want to give Colton a big thank you and a big warm welcome to Western Oklahoma. He spent the last couple days out here, and we sure thank him for dedicating his time to come out here to judge these local shows. Mr. Colton Dunaway, thank you. Let's give a big round of applause.
Let's give these hot visitors a nice round of applause. Well, I tell you what, I have been thoroughly impressed with your guys' hog show out here. And I think one that I'm taking a little bit extra time on, because I think there's several things that you can definitely do. But the one thing that I think you need to do is go ahead and do some young ladies right across to your greater world.
Congratulations to Riley Bench for exhibiting your grand champion for the city local show. And now we need Trayson Show's reserve champion. Start across there.
We dropped that reserve dark cross in here. It definitely gets closer to reserve in my opinion. I just want to take a little bit of time to talk about some of these that I think are definitely in the mix. Young man's Hampshire Berry right here in front of me. It's one that you just like for being so extended a rider in this skeleton. He's so comfortable out here. He hasn't popped the whip once. He's not walking around with his mouth open. I think that's a testament to just his comfortable build and yet still bringing plenty to the table in terms of muscle and power. Young lady Yorkshire over there is one that I just like so much from the side. That's one that you really do big on that one's hind leg when she gets out and uses it. Something that's very, very progressive for that Yorkshire breed. And then this white cross here. Another one that just on the side really wants to pull you in. I think like I talked about in the past, maybe you just want to crack that one open a little bit in terms of the chest floor and leaving it. But one that you keep in mind is just more quality from the side. And then the last one I do want to bring up here today is this Duroc. It's one that I think is just so impressive. I always want to maybe want to quit on this out here. Just get a little bit quicker stepping, but one that's just on the side so striking in terms of circumference and bone, and just what he represents for the Duroc breed. I'm going to go ahead and use him to be your reserve.
Great champion goes to your Duroc, presented by Lucy Bedwell. Congratulations to our young exhibitors for Grand Champion. We're not going to have our junior showmanship. Swine will be 8th grade and down, and then senior swine showmanship will be 9th and up. We'll give them a minute to get reset for that as we get ready for our swine showmanship. Junior showmanship will be 8th grade and down. If you have a junior showman, we're going to do 8th grade and down. And we still have some juniors trying to get some pigs rearranged and things like that. So we'll have a minute. And then seniors will be from 9th to 12th. Again, we're going to have some juniors still bringing some hogs. At the end of the showmanship here, we'll have our Pee Wee showmanship. So if you have a Pee Wee showman that would like to show a pig, I would get towards the holding pen so we can get the numbers gathered for the number of pigs we're going to need for the Pee Wee showmanship.
Well, let's put our hands together for our top 3 junior children today. And I think something about all 3 of these showmen is they do complement each other's styles. Maybe there's something that you want to change about each one of them, and maybe if there's any seniors listening out there, something that I really do appreciate that everybody's coming out today is once you get your first impression, just kind of hang out behind me, let everybody get in, and then I'll turn around and start judging from there. And then maybe another thing, I just caught a couple of these kids maybe just going behind me and getting out of my range view, but that's just some housekeeping thing, maybe there's any seniors listening. But getting out here, I think that there's showmanship, like I said earlier, it's a little bit more of a subjective sport. Compared to one person to 10, I will say that there was one showman out here that when everybody was out here and it was crowded, that showman did give me several great views and just taking over and getting out here and getting it done. That's going to get ready to agree.
Your champion junior showman goes to Lucy Bedwell. Congratulations to her and your junior swine showman. Next up, we'll have our senior swine showman. We'll be from 9th to 12th grade. I don't know how many we have in this division. Just two of them here in our senior division. Pee-wee showman, if you want to show a pig in the Pee-wee showmanship, you need to make your way to the holding pen so we can make sure we have pigs for you to show. Pee Wee Showman, if you want to show in the Pee Wee Showmanship, make your way to the holding pen and grab somebody, Mr. Bench or Mr. Fisher, somebody in the ring, and tell them you want to show, and they will get you a pig.
Let's put our hands together for these two senior showmen right here. And I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady to my left to be your champion. She's just one that's so smooth in terms of the views that she gives me. And one that came out of the gate and gave me two very nice views right out of the gate. So congratulations to her. Young lady out here in second is one that I really appreciate even more. Honestly, right out of the gate, she gave me 3 views. She gave me front, side, and rear view. It is just a shame out here. Maybe this kid's not wanting to get out here and work the greatest stuff. She's doing a nice job, so congratulations.
Your champion, senior showman, to Annie Snyder. Let's congratulate her and Pee-wees, we are getting ready for you. We'll have several Pee-wees to show to her deal. Pee-wee showmanship will be here just for a minute. All right, we're ready here for our Pee-wee showmanship drive here in the swine show. Next, we will get ready for our, after the showmanship, a Pee-wee showmanship, we will have our breeding view show. After the market halter, after this showmanship, we will have, go right into our breeding view show.
let's give these Pee-wee showmen a nice round of applause. I tried to get around and talk to all of them. I may not have hit all of them, but I just asked them what their pig's name was, or there's some very creative names out here. So just give them a nice round of applause and maybe the ring. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to our Pee-wee showmen here this afternoon. We'll take about a 3-minute break to get hogs out of here and the ring set up for sheep, and then we'll move right into our breeding news show. We'll get ready for that. There's a few minutes to get the ring set up for that. Pee-wee showmen, parents of Pee-wee showmen, if they did not get their prize, they have a coat and chips up here they can come and get. Your Pee-wee showmen, if they didn't get their prize, we have some drinks and chips up here for them to come and get. Mr. Fisher, poster, there you are. Okay, if we got our views up here for our news show, we're going to go ahead and get rolling right on into our news show. First class will be our Dorset views, which we have one exhibitor in the Dorset, which will be Lindley Cole, the Miss Lindley Cole.
Well, a nice simple entry to get started off with our EU show here today. And one that I think when she gets set up inside, can definitely give you a look that you want to tie into. One that's definitely packing plenty of punch in terms of weather making power. Maybe just wants to get a little bit straighter out of the hop, and hopefully motion motor is fine. Other past that, it's still a very nice piece for that knowing. So congratulations.
Congratulations to Lily Cole for your champion Dorset view. We'll now bring in our single entry Southland view, which will be Logan Cole.
Well, nice seeing yourself down out here. And the breed has really made a lot of progress over the years, and I think this was definitely a good representative of that. From the side, you want to tie in the high tying look, but she's so level across, she's so level and even in her lines, out of her head, and even her underline. Really appreciate that turn to her underline, and one that just cracked open the powerful from any view you want to look at it from. So congratulations to that young lady on her.
Congratulations to Logan Cole as she takes your champion Southdown. Next we'll have in our commercials with two classes. We'll have in our first class, we'll have Kristen Pinema, and in the second class will be Addison Squires. Two classes. Are you going to run together, Mr. Fisher? There'll be two classes that will come in together. First class will be Kristen Pinema, and our second class will be Addison Squires. Can we add these?
A nice pair of commercial ewes out here, and a pair that I think offers some sort. Ultimately, I'm going to land on the young lady here to my right to win this class in division. To me, that's just the longer neck, higher tying ewe, just so lovely about the lines, and just so athletic with the way that she's assembled from the ground up. That's one that in motion we really just appreciate. You know, also on the lightness a little bit in motion. We can really just appreciate the way that she gets out and goes. And still does so collectively in good fashion. Now, if you want to argue with me, say the power you just here in a second, I can't disagree with you because she definitely pushes the rest of the shoulder muscle, and she makes the shoulder with so much movement forward, and that's very impressive. I think for me today, the shoulder makes use just added power, maybe play for a little bit of a disadvantage, maybe just a little bit more turn there in my mindset. That's so nice of the young ladies. Congratulations.
Champion commercial view is Kirsten Timba, reserved with Addison Squires. And now going to show for your grand champion overall. We have coming in now our champion Dorset view, reserved by Lincoln Cole, our champion South End view, Logan Cole, and our champion commercial view will be Kirsten Timba. While our judge is picking his grand and reserve champion here in the youth show, I want to announce to all the kids and parents, we're the last ones to use this facility this weekend. So when we're done, let's get all the trash and everything picked up and take the trash out. That would help us, since they're so nice to let us use the facility. Well, let's put our hands together for our class winners of our youth show. I think when it comes down to picking a champion youth, I'm kind of asking myself, where do my priorities lie? And to me, today, I really think that I want to tie in some to the youth that are just good looking from the side and built right from the ground up. Those high time youth and level out of their lines. And, just not really messed up anywhere. I'm certainly no sheep guy, but I do believe that Bucks can supply the power. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and use the young ladies commercial speaker champion. The winning champion youth is made by Kristen Thurma. We'll now bring in that reserve champion commercial shown by Addison Squires.
Well, we dropped that second place out here, and she definitely falls right into contention and makes it closer to the reserve. However, I do think there's another one out here that's just so good in terms of what she represents for a breed, and one that's just, again, built right from the ground, and she's definitely got plenty of muscle and added shape to go along with that and lace out down to the reserve.
Reserve winning champion goes to Logan Cole with the southbound. We'll now get ready to move into our market show. Get ready to move into our market show. We'll start with our Dorset weather and give Logan Cole a second to get set up, and she'll have our own Dorset weather.
Hey, should I get him two cookies?
We're very nice single management courses that are out here. And one that we really want to tie into the side, everybody says that we get some grace. It's a high time weather. It's just some drums in terms of the look and presence perspective. And it's one that you don't really, want to pick a hole in terms of just the way he's made. Maybe an emotional guy can want his top light to sit in a little bit better. Maybe just want a little bit more curvature to that side. But still a nice one.
Champion Dorsey U exhibited by Logan Cole. Give her a big round of applause as we bring in our hair shoot exhibited by Rosin Yannon.
Very nice single entry out here in the hair shoot division. And probably, honestly, one of the better hair shoots I've seen in a while. Because, while it's built wide at the ground, and it's just square all the way up here, build them up and get on top of her. And it represents that expressive muscle shape that these hair shoots are known for. And it's one that and from the side, one that you appreciate the look that it gives you from the side for a hair shoot. So congratulations to this young man.
Again, champion hair shoot went to Rosin Yannon. Now we'll be entering the Hampshire shoot with Tyler Show. Single entry here in our Hampshire shoot division.
Well, another nice simple entry out here. And another one that you can just appreciate for the fundamentals. And being built right from the ground up, the high tie and short shoulder, whether just prop off and give you a good look from the side. And get your hands on them, and it's still plenty good in terms of expression and mass and muscle. So congratulations to the young man on a nice one.
Champion Hampshire goes to Tyler Show. We'll not be showing for our single entry natural land exhibited by Addison Squires. Single entry natural Addison Squires. On deck we'll have Rising Young with a Strop, and then single entry Southbound.
I'm showing them off.
Well, very nice single entry natural out here, and I don't mean that lightly, because there's a lot of really cool pieces on this weather that I can dig on. For starters, young lady gets in, gets them stuck, show them right. Get your hands on him. He's got so much upstanding shape on the top side of his rack. He carries it all the way out, uniform to the edge of his loins, and even has the most popular cycle out here that you can see today. And one that's still built right, gets out here and there's plenty of comfort. That's a very, very nice natural for your lady.
Champion Natural goes to Addison Squires. We'll now be showing for our champion or single entry south run our Shropshire will be Rising Gammon. And next on deck will be our south end Christian Pinion.
Oh, another nice single entry out there. And one that you can just appreciate the market fundamentals. You know, he's busted open in terms of his skeleton, and he's plenty expressive with his muscle and what he's got there. Maybe there's times when I catch the touch close to shoulder, whether we want to run downhill to a slider, maybe this doesn't give me the most appealing look from the side at times, but it's still a nice one for me to roll.
Champion shot goes to Rising Yemen. Next in, we'll have our shot down, led by Kirsten Penema. Sorry, not Kirsten Penema. I'll get it right one of these days. Then next up will be our white face cross, which will be did by Logan Cole. So she'll be on up.
get your hands on it. We've got plenty on top of this rack going. There's times when from the side where maybe I just want to shove them up and touch the chest plate. And maybe get behind my ones apart just instead of talking away and we'll come better from above. Let's go for some fun later.
Champion South Anderson, we got Christian Pinema. Now we'll be showing our light base crossfit. We did that a little bit forward. Conclusion of the white face crosses. We'll have our dark face crosses for class 1 will be Tyler Show. Class 2 will be Addison Squatters. Both of those will be similarities. 3 classes in the white face crosses.
Well, a very nice single entry white face cross out here. And one that you just love from an athletic perspective, and the way he's assembled and gets out and goes across this ring with just so much ease and comfort. You get your hands on it, it doesn't disappoint either. He's got so much upstanding shape on the top side of his rack, down through the edges of his loin. Maybe at times he just brings a little bit closer to the front of the shoulder, maybe just a touch from the turn and curvature to his forehead. And that's often just taking it on a very, very nice and gentle way to bring
Your champion white face cross is exerted by Logan Cole. Irish black face cross. Black face crosses, when you have 3 classes. First class is single entry with Tyler Show. And in this class here, we'll have Tyler Show.
Sure. But I'm
Well, young man, you're going to see a solid single entry out here. And one that you don't really want to pick a hole in, just to lean and say, you know, maybe you want to just lengthen, just touch up either end of the skeleton, but still one that you can appreciate, having plenty of shape, plenty of muscle, and track up and go right from there. It's nice and clean.
The Class 1 winner was Tyler's show. We'll have a Class 2 of that Squires. Leads in your Class 3. Class 3 on deck will be Christian Firma and Logan Cole.
Another nice single entry in class out here, and one that you can just appreciate. Having a dynamic wedge. When you step off to the 3/4, you love how this one just wedges straight and wedges all the way back in the correct fashion. And he does that in a very muscular package. Keeping that much expression, that much shape is very impressive. And still a good look from the side. So that's nice.
Class 2 winner goes to Addison Squires. Ringo Shep will be now showing Class 3. Blackfish Cross for Kirsten Finnemuth and Elizabeth Cole. This will be our last class of Blackfish Crossbreds. We need those first places back to here in just a minute to bring in to start your overall safety in that first class. Also, be getting it on your mind if you had a champion market land, be getting it on your mind. Champion market land, be getting it on your mind.
And one that offers some sort, and I think you can talk to me the way you want. For me, when I get down, I'm going to start breaking down the sheep for what they are. I'm going to go ahead and land on the young lady to my left and win the class. Is this one maybe just the most comfortable in the ocean? Maybe not. Maybe this one will be a little bit more tubular in terms of his body shape compared to his contemporary class. But just from the side, that's one that shoots you a little bit. You can really like. And you cannot talk against your hands on it. While he may be a little bit fooling in terms of how much muscle he actually has if you don't talk about it. And he's got so much shape on the top side of the brackets expresses it. I really appreciate that. So congratulations to that young lady. Young lady here in second. Like I said, that one gets out good. He uses his collar. So much more flexible comfort. To me, it's just from the side of this right quarter where maybe he's just not quite the best dynamic in terms of the way he wedges and maybe just gets outbursts too much for freshness and appearance out there. So
Congratulations to our class winner, was Golden Cole, and the second in that class was Kirsten Finnegan. We'll now be showing for champion Blackfish Drop Red. We'll do class 1 Tyler Show, class 2 Addison Squires, and class 3 Logan Cole.
Well, let's put our hands together for exhibitors out here in our place across the nation. I think 3 weathers out here that definitely embody their own transit positives. And you could probably do a couple different things out here. For me, there's one that I just keep coming back to as far as being the most complete. And that would be the young lady here that's going to be your champion. That was the moment shape and expression. When you get your hands on him, so upstanding in terms of his racket and so square up the edges of his loin. And then she sets it in and gets him stuck. It really gives you a look that you want to tie into as far as the showdown is concerned. So congratulations to her. When we get out here for reserve, I do definitely think it might get a little bit closer. And to me, I'm going to go ahead and use a young lady over here to be reserved. That's just one that's so athletic in terms of the way that she's built. Maybe just a little bit straighter at the top, a little bit more comfortable in motion. That's still one that you can appreciate and check it all the boxes and being a good one for the right?
Champion Crush, Blackfish Crossbow is exhibited by Addison Squire, and the World Champion is exhibited by Logan Cole. We're now getting ready for your grand champion, Market Land, and we'll start off with the Dorset, which will be Logan Cole. Your champion hair sheet will be Rosin Gambit, your champion Tyler Hill, champion Natural will be Addison Squires, champion Shop. Big Rosin Gambit, champion South Kirsten Pinema, your champion Whitefish Cross will be Logan Cole, and then your champion Blackface Addison Squires. We're ready to go for our grand champion Market Land. At the conclusion of the land show, we'll have our showmanship. We'll have juniors, which will be being created down, and then our senior showmanship, which will be ninth grade up. TV showman, you can run around.
Other leg, other leg. Hey. Abby, move. Put them back together. Move this leg out. Hit him. Alright, Abby, get out of him. Fix your front leg. There you go. Stay right there. Stay right there. Get in him. Stretch him just a touch. Right there. Stop. Stay right there. Pop him. Push him back over. Pick him up and set him back down. Right there. Right there. Okay, so.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together, please. Send us out here. Man, there's just a ton of quality out here, and I really commend these showmen on the job that they're doing out there. They're putting a lot of hard work into these animals, and it's really evident by what we're seeing out here. To me, there's one that I just keep coming back to in terms of just being built so athletic from the ground up, being so comfortable on the move, and yet still having plenty of shape and expression to go along with that. That's going to be the young lady in the stripes. It's going to be your champion.
Your champion, grand champion Market Lamb is Luke Cole with the white face cross. The pot is right.
Captain. This side, move this side. Right there. Pop him. Not so hard. Shake him out, shake him out. Front leg. Right there, right there. Now tap him. There you go. Right there.
When we get out here for reserve, and in my mind, it really comes down between two of them. That would be the young lady's natural and the young lady dark face cross out of the last division. And just weighing positive in my mind. To me, this young lady's natural is just so good, especially for what naturals represent. That one is just so good in terms of the look he gives you from the side. He's so level in his lines, and you get your hands on him and he doesn't disappoint. He's got so much like sand shape at the top side of his rack, and one that you can just appreciate from about every angle you want to look at it. Then we get over here with our dark face, and it's just fun. In a lot of the same ways, you want to just dig on that one in terms of being so expressive and good on the handle, and yet still doing that with a good look from the side. We're nickel and diamond mount here, and just personal preference for you young ladies naturals is going to go ahead and be your reserve.
The reserve grand champion is exhibited by Addison Squires. Congratulations on your exhibitors. We'll now get ready for our champion, or our showmanship with the juniors, and we will have 8th grade and down, and we'll give you just a minute to get your lamps standing back up and ready to roll which ones you're using. 8th grade and down will be our showmanship, and then 9th grade and up will be our senior showmanship, and then Pee-wee showmanship will get it on your mind. We're going to do senior first. Is that right, Mr. Vance? Okay, junior first. Junior first. Because I think there's a whole bunch of juniors in this junior Steve showing. And they're all geared up and ready to go. Going to give it 110%. We're getting ready to start our senior showmanship. It does look like. Miscommunication along here somewhere. And he said it's Mr. Vince's fault.
division. And I think it's really, really close between these two. And I really do mean that because I think there's one that's just so good in terms of knowing where she is and being so smooth in terms of her transitions and knowing where she's at. Maybe she's wanting to fight for weather, or her weather's wanting to fight her a little bit more. And she's handling it like a champ though. And then maybe one that's just so aggressive where she's braced. And then maybe in motion, I tend to lose her eyes a little bit. But that weather is sticking just right for her. I'm going to go ahead and use young lady as a natural winner.
Congratulations, Addison Squires. She's your champion and senior showman. We're now ready for our junior showmanship. There will be a pile of these, so we'll be ready whenever you guys are. Pee-wee showmanship, get ready and we'll get you guys in the ring right after we get the juniors out of the ring. Reminder, as soon as we finish up here, we'll get right into the PD showmanship. So if you've got a PD showman for sheep, you send them on back. Let's give our junior showman out here a big round of applause. It definitely gets tough when it comes down to choosing a champion showman out here because it is just one guy's opinion. And it can be very subjective to just little things that I think are important in showmanship. To me, though, there is one young lady out here who's just so efficient in the way that she uses the ring and in the way that she's
you up out here. That's going to be a young lady in the truck. She's going to be your champion.
Yes. Congratulations, Logan Cole, on your champion junior showman. We'll now get ready for our Pee Wee showman. As we congratulate our juniors once again, and next thing we'll get ready for our Pee Wee showman in the sheep show. We're getting home. Immediately following the Pee Wee showman, and then we'll move right into the cattle show. We're going to start with the prospect steer. So if you have the prospect steer, go ahead and get that one kind of up and prepared. We'll get the ring set, let the judge reset, and take a break for a second, and then we'll get ready to move right into the prospect steer show.
Well, let's give these Pee Wee showmen a big round of applause. They're doing a great job out here. Well, both of them said they're having fun, and I believe it too, because they're sitting here with big old smiles on their faces. So just give them another nice round of applause. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to our Pee Wee sheep showmen out here. We'll get our sheep show cleared out. We'll get ready for our prospect steer show and get the ring set. Judge is going to take a break for a couple minutes and let him get reset. So we'll have our prospect steer show here and just following when we get it ready. steer, Ashton Campbell, with her prospect steer.
What's that?
Well, a very nice single entry out here for this young lady in the prospect show, and one that you can really appreciate for being done right at the ground. One that you just like the structure to his hip and hind leg and the way he uses it. Maybe one that wants to get a little bit out there in terms of the shoulder. Maybe just laying back in that regard, help him learn a little bit better. But that's a nice one for the young lady. So congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Ashton Campbell, your champion, grand champion prospect steer. We're right into the heifer show with two classes of Charolais. First class will be Jack Nichols with his Charolais heifer. Bringing both classes of Charolais heifers in, we'll have Jack Nichols in the first class and Lily Nichols in the second class of our Charlotte division.
Well, a nice pair of Charolais heifers out here. And I'm going to go ahead and use the young man to my right to win the class. That's one that you just really appreciate in terms of being so big and bold after the pin set. It's such a good swing to her underline. She gets out here and she handles it good and gets out here and covers the track. Undoubtedly she's definitely the heavier condition female out here, and I think that's evident. Just cleaning her up through her throat a little bit, maybe through her chest. And even touch down that navel a little bit to just help her balance a little bit better. That's still a nice one for the young man. The heifer over here in the second bonus you can just appreciate for being sound at the ground. You know, I really like the toes are nice and evenly spaced. And one that still gives me a good look ahead of her shoulder. Maybe just gets a shot more tubular in terms of her center portion of her body and just a shot closer in terms of her joints to the ground. That's still a nice, great piece for your young lady.
Congratulations, first and champion went to Jackson Nichols and reserve. First and reserve went to Lindley Nichols. Now we'll have our key heifer, which will also be exhibited by Lindley Nichols.
Well, a very nice single entry key out here for the young lady. Maybe got just a touch too much of that key attitude, not really wanting to work for it. But that's still one that you can appreciate from the side. She's just looking lady-like. She's so good in refining in terms of the look that she gives you ahead of her shoulder. And from the ground up, that's what you just love in terms of the way that her feet are and set when she's in motion. Maybe at times she wants to just deviate her line ever so slightly, maybe just duck in terms of those pins, duck those pins while she's in motion. That's getting nitpicky on a really good one, so congratulations to her.
Champion key heifer. Champion key heifer belongs to Lindley Nichols. We'll not be showing our minis. Herefords have two or one class with Harper Hertz and Hayden Hertz.
pair of little mini Herefords out there. And they offer some sort, in my opinion. To me, they're just one that set up from the side offers just a little bit more balance and flow in terms of the way that she's designed and just her smoothness in terms of the skeleton, the way she's put together. This could be the young lady in the yellow is going to go ahead and be your champion mini Hereford. To me, I just love that one in terms of the way that she, again, looks from the side, but yet she's still so good in terms of motion. She steps out there and covers her track B, so congratulations to that young lady. The young lady in the green is one that you can definitely appreciate for being big and maternal in terms of the curvature to her rib shape. That's just one that in motion maybe wants to deviate a little bit in terms of her hooks, and then just a little bit closer there to going work at the ground. But go ahead and give her a big round of applause.
The champion meeting went to Harper Hurst, and reserve champion went to Hayden Hurst. Now we have Rhett Weeks come in with his Simmental Ripper.
Well, Young brings us a nice single entry Simmental out here, and that's just one that you appreciate for just not being really messed up anywhere. That's one that you can start at the ground and love her foot shape and just love her leg structure from there up. And then just from the side, he gets her head propped up and she gives you a really attractive look from the side. So congratulations to that young man on a nice Simmental.
Congratulations to Rhett Weeks with your champion, Cindy. Well, now we be ready for our grand champion heifer with Jackson Nichols and his champion Charlie, Lindley Nichols and her champion Key, Harper Hurst with their champion Minnie, and Rhett Weeks with the champion Cindy.
when we get out here for our grand drive heifer show. And it's a drive that I definitely think offers some sort of definitely drastically different kinds of cattle out here. And it depends on where a guy lays his priorities. But to me, there's just one that I keep coming back to in terms of just being the most complete, putting the most good together. Maybe not isn't the farthest along from a maturity standpoint out here. The young man Simmental is going to be your champion.
Congratulations to Rhett Weeks as he exhibits your grand champion heifer.
And we get out here for reserve. And I think my mind keeps going back and forth between two of them. But I think we're just staying true to just functional cattle. Young man Charlet is going to be your reserve.
Reserve and goes to Jackson Nichols. We'll let him get reset for your market steer show. After the heifers put away, we'll get ready for our market steer show. Like we have one class of Angus, one class of Shorthorn, and one class of Charlet. Mr. Fisher, you bringing them all in together, or you bringing them in separately? Yeah, are you bringing them all together? Yes. Okay. Again, we'll have single entry Angus and single entry Charlet, single entry Shorthorn. Once again, I want to thank our judge for coming out today, Mr. Colton Dunaway. Comes to us from Connor State College, where he's on the livestock judging team as a freshman. He comes to Connors by way of Arizona out here. He's been here all weekend, and we want to sure give him a big thank you for stepping up and judging and spending time with our young kids here in Western Oklahoma. Once again, Mr. Colton Dunaway, thank you. Bringing in our market steers, we have Jackson Nichols with our steer, Addison Fisher with our Charlotte steer, and Matt Fred with our Shorthorn steer.
Well, three very nice single entry class winners out here representing their own breeds, and I'll go ahead and talk all of them in no particular order. Starting with the young man Shorthorn, one that you can just really appreciate from a looseness of skeleton perspective. He gets out here and he can really get out here and go with quite a bit of speed. I think that may be a little bit of a big thing. He could be heavy muscles, maybe level him out of his hip. That's still a very nice Shorthorn for the young man. Young lady's Charlotte calf here. It's one that's just chock full of Charlotte power. And one that you can really appreciate from that. Also indicative of our Charolais, he's just stout-footed, stout-boned. Maybe one that from the side just doesn't come together with the best blend, but certainly adequate in that perspective. Young man's Angus over here is one that you just really like from the side. He's so good in terms of the way that he just blends, and looking head and shoulder is honestly second to none. With that being said, he's going to go ahead and be your champion. Young lady Charlotte.
Congratulations to Jackson Nichols for your grand champion. champion market steer, and Addison Fisher for your reserve grand champion market steer. Give all those kiddos a big round of applause and get ready to have our showmanship division. We'll have these are junior showmanship, 8th grade and down will be our junior showmanship, and the senior showmanship will be 9th and above whenever everybody's ready. So we're going to have our showmanship was judged during the show, so we're not bringing showmanship cattle back in. But we're going to make them pretend to have a steer on the leash on the halter, I guess, on the leash, and see how good they do it in practice at home. In the mirrors, just like they were younger. So.
See ya.
Okay, we're gonna have are we doing our seniors first, Mr. Fisher? Mitch, can you hear me? I was really just kidding, but I'm glad you guys are good competitors. But you can go ahead, Emily. You girls and boys, go ahead and do it. I like the participation with it. I will tell you that I'm glad I was here today to do this and see this, and it's been an enjoyable show for Seiling and to watch these kids. And the last few years of us being in Boone County to get to watch all these exhibitors perform and do their things. It's been an enjoyable show for Seiling, and I'm glad I was here to witness it and this stuff and the kids that do this. So good luck to all you guys here for your big kids. Don't let them run over you.
Once again, we'd like to thank Colton for coming out and judging today. I think he's been here all weekend, so he's done a good job. And let's give him one more round of applause for the job he's done today. On that note, the Hillers have been here all day when they didn't have to be, and they've helped with the mic situation and all the banners and everything. So we appreciate y'all's help too for helping us run the show.
Oh, the three taller kids there, or your? Okay. Well, I don't know what grade your kids are. First of all,
Here.
okay. The 3 on this end are juniors, and the 5 on that end are seniors. There, that way.
Well, let's give all these showmen a nice round of applause. They're doing an excellent job with their calves out there. I know it's definitely an unconventional type of showmanship. I do commend these kids out here for playing along, but in all seriousness, thinking back on the show, starting with senior showmanship, but just thinking back on the show, and there was just one exhibitor in my mind that she was just so good in terms of the way that she was able to get her calf set up, her Charolais heifer, and then later she came out with a key heifer that maybe fought her a little bit more, and I thought that she handled it very, very well. So the young lady over here. When we get down to our junior division, I do believe that all 3 of these kids do an excellent job. You know, in showmanship especially, I do believe it gets a little bit closer down here in the senior division. The one that I just think did probably the best job in terms of just being able to get his cattle set up right is the young man here.
Congratulations, our senior showman, and I was really just joking when I said that, but I'm glad in all seriousness you guys did that. Congratulations, Lindley and Red, on your showmanship, and thank you guys for attending today, and we'll see you guys next week for the County Stock Show.